Jullie wilden het net op het pas dat die getuige ingelig het dat ze verkiest om haar getuigenis in Afrikaans af te leggen. Zo ze gaan Afrikaans bezig.
Just want to place it on the record that the witness indicated that she will give evidence in Afrikaans.
Yeah, fine, I understand that, but the alleged statement or confession, is it written in Afrikaans?
It's in English, my lord. She then switch over to English when she reads out the...
Ze is tweetalig.
Yes.
Ja, can you swear the witness in?
I volle naam ontvang asseblief.
Beween Kroonier.
Enige beswaar om die eed af te leg?
Nee.
Beskou jy die eed as bindend op die gewete?
Dis korrek.
Zweer dan dat die getuienis wat jy gaan aflees die waarheid is, die volle waarheid en niks anders as die waarheid nie. Steek die rechterhand op en sê so help my God.
So help my God.
The witness is sworn in.
Dankie.
Mevrouw Kroonier,
You may be seated if you want to.
u het reeds getuigenis afgeleid ten opzichte van bewiste hier en die binnenverhoor. Is dat correct?
You've already given evidence in the trial within the trial with regards to exhibit J.
Dis korrek.
That is correct.
Uzobhala ngobufakazi kwi-trial within a trial ngobufakazi buka JJ uthi yebo iqiniso.
Ik wil net uw aandacht vestigen op bladzij 2 van bewiste JJ.
I'd like to draw your attention to page 2 of exhibit JJ.
Ngingathanda ukubuyisa kubufakazi buka JJ page 2.
U zal u herinneren dat zeker gedeeltes van bewiste JJ uitgewist was. Kan je dit onthouden?
You'd remember that certain portions of exhibit JJ were redacted. Witness answers, yes, that's correct.
Uzokhumbula ukuthi kunezinye izinto zalobufakazi buka JJ ezingazange zasetshenziswa ufakazi uthi yebo.
Jullie ons is op bladzij 2, we're on page 2 of exhibit JJ. Als je die paragraaf wat begin,
My lord, the fact that the witness is an African-speaking person, my lord, it does not necessarily that the proceedings now then should be conducted in Afrikaans, my lord. That's my request, my lord. That the proceedings continue to be held in English.
She prefers Afrikaans, this lady.
The witness when she is testifying, my lord, but not the state counsel.
No, I don't understand your objection. Mr. Baloyi says the witness approached him and said he would like to be led in Afrikaans. Dis ek reg, meneer Baloyi?
Dis inderdaad so hier.
And Mr. Baloyi's got the services of an interpreter, very senior interpreter, Mr. Jonas. Leads the evidence of this witness in Afrikaans. She responds in Afrikaans, but I made it clear that what is written here on the document, if it's not in Afrikaans, she's got to read that English. But I don't understand your objection to say this witness must be led then in English. Continue, Mr. Baloyi.
Landus, as ek u dalk mag vra om te begin by bladzij 1, die laaste paragraaf.
If I were to request you to start on page 1, the last paragraph.
Uzocela ke uqale kwi-page yokuqala kwi-paragraph yokugcina.
But as volgende, I inform the deponent that
Which reads as follows.
A tot C.
Paragraph A up to C.
Ifunda ithi ke kusuka ku-paragraph yokuqala u-A ukuyofika ku-C.
I informed the deponent that I am a magistrate and that I am not in any way involved in the investigation against him.
Ngiye ngamazisa ukuthi ngingumantshi mina angiyena omunye wabantu abaphenyayo noma abayingxenye kwale licala.
That I do not work with the police
Nokuthi angisebenzi namaphoyisa
or any other person in this case,
noma omunye umuntu kuleli cala.
and that he can speak freely and without fear in my presence.
futhi ungakhululeka njengoba unami.
B. He is also informed that, if necessary, he will be afforded protection against any irregularities
Futhi utsheliwe ukuthi uma ingabe kuyadingeka ungavikelwa uma ingabe kunezinto ezingahambi ngendlela.
and that I will as soon as possible have any irregularities investigated by a senior police official.
Nami ke ngizothatha ngizoyenza isiqiniseko sokuthi uma ingabe kunezinto ezingahambi ngendlela ziphenywe amaphoyisa.
C. That this is not a trial
Futhi lokhu akulona icala la kuxoxwa khona.
and that I am not hearing any charge against him.
Nami ke angilaleli ubufakazi noma amacala abekwe kuwena.
Do you understand this explanation and do you accept it as correct? His answer is yes.
Uyazwisisa na lencazelo engisanda kukunika yona futhi wena uyavuma na ukuthi kungaqhutshekwa uthi impendulo yakhona ithe yebo.
Do you wish to comment or have anything to say in this regard?
Ikhona into ongathanda ukuyisho?
His answer is, I believe I need to be protected from a group of people who I was with when this whole thing was committed.
Impendulo ithe ngithemba ukuthi ngizodinga ukuvikelwa kwiqembu labantu labe ngikade nginabo.
Remember that when the first statement was read, the court had already made it very clear in the SABC ruling that nothing that has been faced off from the Ronio form is going to be read into the record. But I am surprised now that this witness is now being led to read what the court has ruled, and it should not be read into the record.
Mr. Balui.
My Lord, the court will recall that there was a subsequent debate, especially with Advocate Nshololo, and we all agreed that the portions that were excised would then be read into the record. That was the agreement. As the court has now ruled on the admissibility of the statement, the sole purpose of blotting out those portions was that the court should first rule on the admissibility of the statements. But now that the court has ruled on the admissibility of the statements, those portions can now be put in record.
Is that what was subsequently agreed?
Yes.
That is
I'm surprised.
2 days ago.
Yes, I'm surprised it's now in
Yeah,
application.
continue, sir.
This is
I seem
how-
to recall it that way, Mr. Mnisi.
Yes.
And your colleagues and Mr. Balui, you re-agreed that even the redacted parts must be read. And I told you, you did something very unlawful, telling a judge, "Hi, this document will be redacted." That's why now you're having problems. And I actually quoted a case, 1952, Shaku, which says, you can't do that. I've got to be present when everything concerning this case is read. But you agreed and said, we don't want you to hear what is being redacted. You can continue, Mr. Balui. I mean,
This is the court, my lord, just my 2 cents worth on this aspect. My understanding, even on Friday, we didn't go this route because the court had already ruled twice to say the relevant form, the part that is redacted, will never be read. And I even said, I'm indebted to the court after
okay,
that.
this was a, remember, it's what I call the ruling.
Yes.
I'm revoking that ruling, and I'll give reasons why. So she must read everything.
As the court
Okay.
cases, my lord.
I'm revoking that ruling, and I'll give the reasons why. Because, like I told you, you stopped a judge from listening to the evidence, you guys, all of you. Now I mustn't even hear what this witness, actually, if you think about it objectively, this is the witness who was, as she says, in the presence of accused number 1.
Accused number
2, sorry, 2. And now, you are arguing, correctly maybe in your view, that no, what she discussed, some of the things she discussed with accused number 2, she mustn't tell the court again about them. Okay? So I'm revoking that ruling, if I ever made it. And I'll give reasons why in the judgment, okay, of the trial within the trial. Yes, sir.
Okay, dan was second foot, huh?
I was already pointed with a finger as a warning.
Begin by die begin, I believe.
I believe I need to be protected from a group of people
Ngithemba ukuthi ngidinga ukuvikelwa kwiqembu labantu
who I was with when this whole thing was committed.
abantu ebengikade nginabo ngalesikhathi lento yenziwe.
I was already pointed with a finger as a warning
Bese sengikhonjwe ngomuno njengokwexwayiswa
when this thing was done,
ngalesikhathi lento yenziwe.
and I was still a young boy.
Ngaleso sikhathi ngangisasemncane.
I'm not sure where else in Gauteng they have been arrested.
Angazi futhi ukuthi eGoli bona baboshwe kuphi.
They were all grown-ups at that time.
Bonke bebabadala kimi ngaleso sikhathi.
I also do not trust the police
Namaphoyisa angiwathembi
since I believe they can be easily bribed.
njengoba ngikholwa ukuthi bona bangahle banikwe imali.
Daar was so 'n gedeelte wat uitgelaat was wat begin met die woorde I was brought.
There was also a part that was redacted that starts with the part that I was brought.
Kunengxenye futhi ukuthi iye kwathiwa ingafundwa le eqala ngokuthi ngilethiwe.
This relates to the second question, who brought you to my office and for what reason?
Lokho ke kona kumayelana nombuzo wesibini othe ulethwe ubani ehhovisini lami bakulethelani.
I was brought because I was present when a murder was committed, even though I did not do it.
Impendulo ithe ngilethwe ngoba ngangikhona ngalesikhathi kubulawa nangokho mina ngingazange ngimbulale lo.
Yes. You can read the rest of the.
The police told me to come to court to make a statement, and I also wanted to make a statement, and I am happy to make one.
Amaphoyisa angitshele ukuthi ngize enkantolo ngizoyenza istatement futhi nami ngangade ngifisa ukwenza istatement ngijabulile ukwenza istatement.
Lando sasikan bladsy oorslaan na bladsy 4,
If you can turn the page to page 4,
paragraaf 9.
paragraph 9.
Asiyeke ku page 4 ku paragraph 9.
You kan voortgaan.
I now ask the deponent to tell me in his own words how he came to be brought to my office to make this statement.
Manje ke yena usekabuza umuntu lo olethiwe ukuthi kuze kanjani ukuthi alethwe azoyenza istatement ehhovisini lakhe.
His answer is,
Impendulo yakhe ithe
the police called me and asked me if I know of Senzo Meyiwa's death.
amaphoyisa aye wangishayela ucingo wangibuza ukuthi ngiyazini ngokushona kuka Senzo Meyiwa.
At the police station, it was somehow determined that I was present during his death, and I agreed.
Police station kulayi ukuthi kuye kwashiwo ukuthi ngangade ngikhona ngalesikhathi ezebebulawa ngavuma nami.
I was asked questions by police which I would agree to or didn't.
Ngiye ngabuzwa imibuzo amaphoyisa imibuzo le eminye bengivuma eminye bengingavuma.
Okay, as you can also na bladsy 7,
If you can turn to page 7,
paragraaf
Ongaya ke
13.
page, yes 7
paragraph 13.
with paragraph here 13.
Sorry, has she written everything? Has she read everything there?
Well, my lord, in her initial evidence in the trial within a trial, she read out the portions that we have left out. But perhaps for the sake of context, if she needs to read everything.
Was that not the redacted, which she has now left out?
No. It was put on record at
was
the
put on
previous
record.
occasion. Yes, only that portion where it starts with at the SAPS station up to admit.
Up to admit.
Yes.
Okay. Fine. And you say this she read in the evidence she gave.
Indeed, my lord.
Is that so, sir?
Yes. But perhaps it will be
Mevrouw,
how it will be
You can interpret for what I'm saying. Het u de gegevens wat bevattend is in die paragraaf allemaal gelees?
That which is,
u getuienis afgelê het.
when you gave your evidence in the trial, did you read out this which is contained in what you just read now?
Die res wat ek nie uitgelees het nou nie, het ek wel oorgetuig.
The rest of which I did not read now, I did testify about.
Ngalesikhathi
Okay.
uzebe uzilo kokuqala kwi-trial within a trial uye wafunda na le ngxenye le ongayifundanga namhlanje uthe okunye engingazange ngikufunde ngiye ngaphana ngobufakazi ngabo.
Okay.
Okay, so blood says 7 paragraph 13.
We're on page 7, paragraph 13.
Siku page 7 with paragraph 13.
The deponent now makes a statement which is attached hereto as annexure A.
Umuntu lo oze kimi sekayenza manje istatement nasi sikhona lana.
The statement should start or be started on a new page.
Istatement leso sizawuqalwa kwiqephe elinje.
The statement is reduced to writing as he speaks
Lesi statement njengoba elibele khuluma siyabhala.
and is written down in the opponent's own words.
Naye ke njengoba ekhuluma sizobhala into azabe ayikhuluma.
This statement consists of 6 pages marked 1 to 6.
Lesi statement lesi sinama page awu6 abhaliwe ukusuka ku1 ukuyofika ku6.
Each of these pages must also be signed by the magistrate, deponent and interpreter.
Wonke lama page kwamele asayinwe umanji naye lo muntu ositshela lolu daba bese netoliki iyasayina.
No questions are asked except such questions as are necessary to clarify aspects
Ayikho imibuzo ezobuzwa ngaphandle kokuthi kube nalaye ukuthi kudinga ukuthi kuchaziswe kahle.
of the statement which are unclear.
Izindaba eyikuthi azicacanga.
Such questions, if any, and the answers thereto are clearly indicated as such.
Leyo mibuzo uma kunjalo uma ingabe iba khona neimpendulo zakhona kuzochazwa ukuthi bekuyimibuzo yokucacisa.
Statement is made in the Zulu language and interpreted into English by the interpreter.
Istatement leso siyenzwa ngesizulu siyatolikwa utoliki esitolikela kwisingisi.
Lando sase confirm na anaso A
If-
te gaan.
If I can ask you to go to annexure A,
self. Die verklaring self.
the statement itself.
Uma ungaya ke kusona ke istatement uqobo lwaso.
En miskien net voor u begin as u net op record kan plaas wie is hierdie persoon wat die verklaring aflê?
Just before you proceed, if you were to place on the record as to who this person is who made the statement.
Ibambe lapho ngaphambi kokuthi uqhubeke ukufunda ubani lo muntu oyenze lesi statement ewuthi usibhalile.
Volgens die inligting wat ek genoteer het op bladsy 1,
According to the information which I noted down on page 1,
'n ene meneer Bongani, Sandisu Ntanzi.
It's a Mr. Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi.
Into engiyibhalile kwi-page yokuqala umuntu obekade ekhuluma nami umnumzana uBongane Sandiso Ntanzi.
Kan u ook net daar volgende sin assisted by?
If you just the next sentence assisted by.
Assisted by Mr. Dominic Ntokozo Mjiaku on request on insistence of Mr. Ntanzi.
Manje ungasichazisela ukuthi la kuthiwa ubekade esizwa ubani kuthiwani kubhalwe ukuthi wayekade esizwa umnumzana uDominic Mjiako. Umnumzana uNtanzi uyena oye wathi ufuna umnumzana Mjiako amsize.
U kan voortgaan.
Proceed.
Verklaring op record plaas.
To place the statement on record.
Yaqhubeka uyafunda.
I used to work in Carltonville in 2014.
May I ask my lord, should it
No,
be
let the witness read everything and then you'll
Thank you.
interpret after. Otherwise, it messes up the record.
I received a call from Sifiso Ntuli.
As jy net kan begin, laat ons skus, jy was onderbreek. Begin by die begin.
If you may start at the beginning.
I used to work in Carltonville in 2014. I received a call from Sifiso Ntuli. He got my number from Muzi. They asked me to come to Basotho Hostel for Sloris. I came to the Basotho Hostel and Sifiso called me to the bedroom. In the bedroom it was myself, Sifiso and Muzi. Whilst in the bedroom, Sifiso told me there was a job that evening. Sifiso and Muzi left the hostel. I remained behind and was drinking and chilling with my friends. Muzi called me to the Vivo vehicle later that evening. He was with Sifiso in the vehicle. When this thing initially happened, we were in Muzi's room and we proceeded to Sifiso's and Ntokosisi's room number 1B. While we were in Sifiso's room, Karos and Ntokosiseni Mapisa arrived. Karos and Ntokosiseni Mapisa then called Kelly Kumalu. They told her that they were all right. We all then left in the Polo Vivo. It was myself, Karos, Ntokosiseni Mapisa, Sifiso and Muzi. At the stop sign, another Polo Vivo came and Karos, Ntokosiseni Mapisa, Sifiso and Muzi alighted the vehicle. I remained behind. They spoke amongst themselves and they spoke with Simpiwe, who came in the other Polo Vivo vehicle. Simpiwe gave Ntokosiseni 2 firearms. We then left. We went to the township for Sloris. At Sloris, we stopped the vehicle. A call came in. I think it was Kelly, and Karos kept on referring to this person as sisters. Karos got out of the vehicle to take this call, whereafter he called Mapisa, Sifiso and Muzi out of the vehicle. They had a meeting outside the vehicle. They came back to the vehicle. Ntokosiseni took out a firearm and gave it to Karos. Muzi had his own firearm. Sifiso had his own firearm. I was the only one without my own firearm. I had a small one in my pocket, but didn't use it. It was given to me in the vehicle. Karos said to us, we all had to be positioned since we all are going to hit Senzo Meyiwa. We then all got out of the vehicle. Sifiso was the driver, Muzi was the lookout. Mapiso went to stand by the window, also a lookout for someone who might come out of the window. Carlos and I was supposed to get in the house. When we got to the house, he pulled out a firearm. He ordered everyone to lie down and he demanded phones and money. Carlos then gave me a phone. I had a plastic bag with me. There was a plastic container on the table with money. Carlos gave me the container, which I put in the plastic bag. Everyone was lying down. I believe Carlos was told where whatever he was looking for was. Carlos was about to open something when Senzo Meyiwa stood up. There was then a scuffle between them and Carlos, between him and Carlos, my apologies. During this intense scuffle, Senzo took a chair and hit Carlos with it. It appeared as if he wanted to prevent Carlos from taking whatever he wanted to take from wherever he was opening. Kelly Kumalu was the one who directed Carlos where the thing was, which he wanted to take. During the scuffle, Carlos fired 2 shots. I did not see where Senzo was hit, because when the shots were fired, I went outside. I was still in the house when it was fired, and I left the house as Senzo was falling. I ran out. As I ran out, Ntokoziseni Mapisa came in. I ran and got in the vehicle. They remained in the house. I was there plus minus 5 minutes before they came. As I ran to the car, Muzi was standing outside. All came back, Muzi in front, Ntokoziseni and Carlos were behind him, following him. We drove away from the scene, and while driving, Carlos and Ntokoziseni asked for the phone and plastic container which I gave them. Carlos then said, "Here is my watch." We drove to the hostel and went straight to room 1B. Carlos then pointed to Sifiso and said he must warn me. If any word comes out that they were involved, then he would kill me. Carlos and Sifiso then ordered me to go to the kitchen. The 4 of them, Carlos, Mapisa, Sifiso, and Muzi, remained in the bedroom, and they closed the door. Sifiso then came out and gave me 15,000 rand. I was shivering, since I was never involved in such a thing before. We all left the hostel in the Polo Vivo. At the stop street, Mapisa and Carlos then got into the other Polo Vivo vehicle and left. During the drive to the stop street from the hostel, Carlos kept on pointing his finger at me, threatening me. He was also swearing because I was visibly frightened. I forgot to mention, before they parted ways, the 4 of them first had a meeting outside the vehicle. I also forgot to mention that Ntokoziseni asked Carlos at the hostel, "Are you sure you really hit him?" At the stop sign, he pointed me with his finger, saying, "I am telling you, you will," and your worship, Your Honor,
Read
there's a
that word.
profanity
Can you
word.
Read it, because
Okay.
at the SCA and the Constitutional Courts, they won't be having this document.
You will shit.
Yes.
And he said, "A deal is a deal." He also said if he hears anything, he will kill me. He doesn't know my parental home, but Muzi knows and he will show him. Muzi walked to his place thereafter. Sifiso then said I must not sleep at my place. He took me to a place in Johannesburg, a flat, after picking up his brother in Davidton. Sifiso and his brother then bought liquor and we drank. I went to sleep. Sifiso came to pick me up in the morning. They dropped me off in Davidton. After 2 days, Sifiso gave me further cash. I got a total of about 45,000 rand. This includes the initial 15,000 rand. I then got in a taxi back to Carltonville. I had to change my cell phone number since they kept on calling me, threatening me. One other year, Kwabini Sifiso called me and asked me if I was going to come to his hometown. I went to his house and called him, but he then told me he is at Muzi's house. I then went to Muzi's house. On my arrival, I discovered there was a meeting which was about to end. I do not know what it was about. In this meeting, the fathers of the guys who held the meeting were present. I was there plus minus 3 minutes. When we were asked if we are not family, we should excuse ourselves from the meeting. Kwabini remained and I went outside. Kwabini later said the meeting was about an altercation between the sisters of Muzi, who threatened to tell the police they had Senzo killed. That's all.
Nas istatement ke asifundayo ilesi bekathe sibuya kuntanzi. Ngangade ngisebenza eCarltonville ngo-2014 ngathola ucingo olubuya kuSifiso Ntuli uthole inamba yami kuMuzi yena wangicela ukuthi ngize ehostel yaseBasuthwini. Ngafika eBasuthwini hostel uSifiso wangithatha wangisa ekamereni. Ekamereni kula mina noSifiso noMuzi sasikade sikhona ngaleso sikhathi ekamereni. uSifiso wangitshela ukuthi kunomsebenzi okwamele siwenze ntambama. uSifiso noMuzi baphuma ehostel, mina ngasala emuva. Ngangade ngihleli ngiphuza nabangani bami. uMuzi uye wangibiza, kwafika imoto iVivo ngemva kwesikhathi ntambama khona lapho. Ubekade eNosifiso kuleyo moto. Ithe uma ngingena
This one.
yes.
We were in Muzi's.
Uma iqala lento sasikade sisendaweni yakaMuzi.
We proceeded.
Bese saqhubeka kumthokoziseni egumbini likamthokoziseni noSifiso eroom 1B. Ithe uma silapho uCarlos nomthokoziseni Maphisa bafika. uCarlos nomthokoziseni uCarlos nomthokoziseni Maphisa bafika. Bese ke umthokoziseni washayela uKheli Khumalo ucingo. Uye wamtshela ukuthi sasikade sizilungiselele sizohamba ngemoto iPolo Vivo. Mina ke ngiyengahamba naye uCarlos nomthokoziseni Maphisa noSifiso noMuzi. stop sign kuye kwavela enye imoto iPolo Vivo la ukuthi uCarlos noMthokoziseni noSfiso noMuzi baye bahlika kuleyo moto. Mina ngasala emuva ngakhuluma babekade bekhuluma no Simphiwe oyikuthi uye weza ngenye imoto iPolo Vivo. uSimphiwe noMthokoziseni bebakade bephethe ibhamu ezimbini. uSimphiwe wanika uMthokoziseni ibhamu ezimbini, hayi ukuthi wayekade ephethe ibhamu ezimbini. Bese ke bahamba, sahamba ke saya elokishini eFosloras. eFosloras imoto iye yama, kwangena ucingo, ngiyacabanga ukuthi kwalikade lisuka kuKheli. uCarlos yena uye wayeqhubeka embiza ethi Sisi. uCarlos uye waphuma emotweni ngalesikhathi ekulelo cingo. uMaphisa noSfiso noMuzi nabo baye baphuma emotweni, baye baba nomhlangano ngaphandle kwemoto. Bona ke babuya emotweni. uMthokoziseni wathatha isibhamu wasinika uCarlos. uMuzi naye wayekade ephethe isibhamu sakhe, uSfiso naye wayekade iphethe isibhamu sakhe. Mina ngangikade ngingenaso isibhamu sami. Ngangikade ngingenaso isibhamu sami, kodwa ngangikade ngiphethe esami esikhwameni esincane isibhamu njengoba sasisemotweni. uCarlos uye wathi ke kwamele sizibeke eindaweni njengoba sasiya siyoshaya uSenzo Meyiwa. Ithe uma siphuma emotweni sonke, uSfiso wayekade kumshayeli, uMuzi yena wayekade ezobheka, uMaphisa wayekade eyoma ngasefastereni ayobheka ukuthi akekho umuntu ozophuma efastereni. Mina noCarlos sasikade sikwamele singene endlini. Ithe uma sifika endlini, uCarlos wakhipha isibhamu watshela wonke umuntu ukuthi alale phansi, yena wafuna ama-cellphone nemali. uCarlos yena mayeqeda wanginika ifone mina ngangikade nginesaka isikhwama eseplastic ebengikade ngisiphethe. Kulayi ukuthi kuleso sikhwama seplastic bakade kunenye ebekade kuyinto yeplastic etafuleni. uCarlos yena uye wanginika leyo nto lebekade isetafuleni ekuthi ngiye ngafaka nakhona kuleya nto eyami ebengiyiphethe eyeplastic isikhwama lesiyana. Yonke into ebekade laphayana, wonke umuntu wayekade elele phansi. Ngiyathemba ukuthi uCarlos ubekade uCarlos uye wabatshela ukuthi balale. uCarlos ubengitshela ukuthi zikuphi izinto ebezikade sizifuna. uCarlos yena wayekade esathi uyovula into ethize la uSenzo Meyiwa uye wasukuma, bese kuye kwaba nempi nengxabano phakathi kwabo uCarlos noSenzo, la ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi kula uSenzo aye wathatha isitulo washaya uCarlos ngaso. Ke kwayenzeka ukuthi ubekade efuna ukuvikela uCarlos ukuthi angathathi lezinto bekade efuna ukuzithatha. Kula uKheli Khumalo ubekade etshela uCarlos ukuthi zikuphi zonke lezo zinto. Ngaleso sikhathi kula uCarlos ewashaya isibhamu kabini wadubula kabini, angizange ngibone ukuthi uSenzo ushayeke kuphi ngoba ngaleso sikhathi isibhamu sidubula bengade ngingaphandle. Ngangade ngisendlini ngalesikhathi isibhamu sidubula, ngiye ngaphuma endlini ngalesikhathi uSenzo ewa. Ngiye ngabaleka umthokoziseni Maphisa uye wangena phakathi, mina ngabalekela emotweni. Baye basala endlini ngaleso sikhathi mina ngangade ngihleli isikhathi esingalingana nemizuzu emihlanu ngaphambi kokuthi babuye. Njengoba ngangade ngibalekela emotweni, umuzi wayekade eme ngaphandle, babuya bonke umthokoziseni, umuzi egijima phambili, uCarlos esemuva bemlandela. Siye sahamba ngemoto kuleyo ndawo. Ngalesikhathi size besihamba ngemoto, uCarlos nomthokoziseni baye bacela amafoni la bekade ekwiplastiki engade mina ngiye ngabanika. uCarlos uye wathi nali iwash lami. Siye saqhubeka saya ehosteli, saya saqonda eroom 1B. uCarlos yena wakhomba uSifiso engexwaya, wangikhomba ngomunwe engexwaya ukuthi uma ingabe le ndaba ingaphuma uzongibulala. uCarlos noSifiso bona baye bangitshela, baye baya ekitchen la ikuthi batshela umsolwa ukuthi aye ekitchen. uCarlos, uMaphisa, uSifiso noMuzi bona basala ekamereni, bese ke bavala nomnyango. uSifiso uye weza wanginika imali elingana no 15,000 eyikuthi ngangade ngisatatazela ngaleso sikhathi, njengoba ngangade ngiqala ukuba ingxenye yento efana naleyo. Siye sahamba sonke ehosteli, sihamba ngemoto iPolo Vivo, stop sign kula ukuthi uMaphisa noCarlos bona baye baphuma emotweni bangena kwenye iPolo Vivo, mina ngasala. Imoto yashayela, saqhubeka kwesinye istop sign esuka ehosteli. Kula uCarlos wangikhomba ngomunwe engithusela, futhi uye wangithuka njengoba ngangade ngibonakala ukuthi ngangithukile. Ngikhohlwe futhi nokusho ukuthi ngaphambi kokuthi sihlukane siye bebane baye bama ngaphandle kwemoto. Ngikhohlwe futhi nokusho ukuthi umthokoziseni uye wacela uCarlos ehosteli, uye wabuza uCarlos ehosteli ukuthi unesiqiniseko naso ukuthi umshayile, ebuza ngokudutshulwa laphayana. Kwesinye istop sign uye wangikhomba ngomunwe wathi kimi uma ingabe ngizokhuluma ngizonya. Wathi ideal njengoba siyenzile. Uye waqhubeka futhi wathi uma engezwa umuntu ethi uma engezwa noma yini uzongibulala, njengoba angazi la ngihlala khona ekhaya kodwa umuzi yena uyazi uzombonisa. Umuzi uye wahamba waya endaweni yakhe. uSifiso nabo baye bathi ngingalali endaweni yami, bangithatha bangisa endaweni ethize eJohannesburg eflatini. After ngemva kokuthi alande umfowabo eDaviton, uSifiso nomfowabo baye baletha utshwala, saqhubeka saphuza. I went to sleep. Ngiye ngalala, uSifiso uye weza ezongithatha ekuseni. Bangithatha bangibeka eDaviton. Ngemva kwamalanga amabini uSifiso uye weza ezonginika enye imali. Ngiye ngathola imali elingana no 45,000 uma ngihlanganisa nalo ya 15,000 ebengade ngutholile eqaleni. Ngiye ngathatha itaxi ebe ingibuyisela emuva eCarltonville. Ngiye ngafaneka ukuthi ngitshintshe amanombolo wami wocingo njengoba ngangade ngisathukile ngilibele ngithuselwa. Omunye unyaka uGwabeni Sifiso uye wangibiza wangishayela ucingo engibuza ukuthi ngangizoya ekhaya na. Mina ngiye ngaya ekhaya la ehlala khona kodwa wangitshela ukuthi usekhaya kubomuzi. Ngiye ngaqhubeka ngaya kabomuzi. Uma ngifika ngathola ke ukuthi kwakade kunomhlangano obukade ukhona obekade uzophela umhlangano. Mina angizange ngazi ukuthi lo mhlangano kakade go1. Umhlangano loyo abobaba balensizwa engangikade nginazo bebakhona. Ngemva kwezinyanga ezintathu 3 minutes or not months. Bengilaphayana imizuzwana engalingana nemithathu noma engaphansi la ngiye ngabuzwa ukuthi ngangade ngingumndeni na. Uma ngingasi umndeni ngiphume kulo mhlangano. uGwabeni uye wasala emuva, mina ngiye ngaphumela ngaphandle. uGwabeni ngemva kwesikhathi uye waphuma kumhlangano. Obekade uphakathi kwabo nabosisi bakamuzi uGwabeni uye waphuma njengoba kwakade kunengxabano phakathi kwabo nobosisi bakamuzi ebekade bethusela ukutshela amaphoyisa ngakho konke lokubulawa kukaSenzo Meyiwa. Ngiyabonga. Nizwile madam. As the court pleases, my lord, the accused nods their head to show they understand.
Okay.
Lando Sasaki kan vra om terug te gaan na bladsy 7.
If I were to request you to go back to page 7.
Ngicela ukuthi ubuyele ku page 7.
By die paragraaf wat begin met die woorde the statement is now read back to the deponent.
The statement or the paragraph that starts that there. Okay, the statement now read back.
The statement is now read back to the deponent and translated by the interpreter.
Istatement lesi ke sesiyafundwa sifundelwa umuntu lo bekade esitshela bese sizotoliwa.
Nou, Landers, kan jy in eie woorde vertel, het daar enigiets gebeur toe die verklaring aan hom teruggelees was?
If you were to tell in your own words whether there's anything that happened when the statement was read back to him.
Dis korrek, ons het basies dieselfde prosedure gevolg as wat ons nou gevolg het.
That's correct. We followed exactly the same procedure, the process that we just did now.
Manje ke akusichazisele ke ukuthi khona into eyayenzwa na ngaphambi kokuthi lesi statement sifundelwe umsolwa kuthiwa ke yebo siye salandelela yona lesiqeda kuyenza namanje ukuthi sifundwe bese siyaqolika.
Ek het die verklaring ten volle aan hom teruggelees in Engels.
I read the statement in full to him in English.
Mina ngiye ngafunda istatement sonke ngesingesi.
Dit is aan hom getolk in sy gekose taal, naamlik Zulu.
It was then interpreted to him in the language or his language which is conversant in, which is isiZulu.
Ngemva kokuthi ngisifundile istatement lesana siye satolikelwa kuye sitolikwa ngolimi lesiZulu.
En het hy my versoek om 'n byvoeging te maak ten opsigte van bladsy 2 van die verklaring.
He then requested me to make an addition on page 2 with regards to the statement.
Uye wangicela ke ukuthi ngigcwalisele kwezinye izinto abekade zikhuluma ku page 2 kwestatement
Wat dan ook gedoen is.
Which was done.
into ekuthi ngiye ngayenza njengoba wayekade ngicelile.
Nou, watter gedeeltes bygevoeg?
Which portion was added.
Die spesifieke deel het aanvanklik gelees, I was the only one without my own firearm.
This specific portion is the one which says, okay, as the witness just read out in English.
La ebekade kugcwaliswa khona kula bekade ithi ngangade mina ngiyimi ngedwa ongenaso isibhamu sami.
Hy het versoek dat ek moet byvoeg die volgende en ek hul aan. I had a small one in my pocket but didn't use it. It was given to me in the vehicle.
He requested me to add the following, and I quote, as the witness just read out now, the portion in English.
Manje ke uye wangicela ukuthi ngigcwalisele ngokuthi mina ngangade ngingenaso esami kodwa nginikiwe isibhamu ebekade sikhona ngisinikwa emotweni.
Die gedeelte is weer teruggelees aan hom en hy was tevrede met die totale verklaring.
This portion was then read back to him and he was satisfied with the statement.
Lento ebekade ethe ngimgcwaliselele yona nayo iye yafundwa umsolwa naye wayekade ejabulele leyo nto ebekade ibhaliwe ebekade ngimfundela yona.
Ek het daarop gevolg en die volgende vraag gevra.
I then asked the following questions.
Ngambuza ke imibuzo elandelelayo.
The deponent is now asked whether he confirms the content of the statement as correct.
Umsolwa uyabuzwa ke ukuthi uyavuma ukuthi yonke into ebhaliwe laphayana kwakade kuyiqiniso.
Answer, yes.
Uphendule yena wathi yebo.
The statement was then signed by the deponent. It was first initial pages 1 to 6 by him in my presence.
Istatement lesi ke siye sasayinwa siqale ngokuthi umsolwa phambi kwakhe uMantshi abhale ama initials wakhe.
Dit was ook gedoen in die teenwoordigheid van die tolk.
It was also done in the presence of the interpreter.
Futhi lokho kwenziwe naphambi kotoliki.
Waarna sy volledige handtekening op bladsy 8 aangebring is.
Whereupon his full signature was brought on page 8.
Utoliki ke naye uye wasayina ku page 8.
Die tolk het daarna elke bladsy die tolk het daarna elke bladsy ook geparafeer.
The interpreter thereafter then paragraphed or initialed each and every page.
Utoligi naye wabhala ama-initials wakhe kuwo wonke lama page.
En ook haar volle handtekening aangebring op bladsy 11.
She also brought on her full signature on page 8.
Naye utoligi wasayina la ku page 8.
Ek self het dieselfde prosedure gevolg.
I also followed the same procedure.
Nami ngiye ngalandelela lowo mthetho.
Ek wil net byvoeg hierso dat die deposant ook sy voorletters aangebring het by elke verandering wat of deurhaling wat gemaak is of spelfout wat verander is.
I also want to mention here that the deponent initialed each and every mistake where a mistake was done or where something was added.
Ngicela ukusho futhi nokuthi umuntu lo bekade ekhuluma lesi statement uye wabhala ama-initials wakhe kuyo yonke indawo la kuye kwaba nokulungiswa noma kwagcwaliselwa.
Die enigste plek in die verklaring waar daar 'n byvoeging was die gedeelte waarna ek reeds verwys het waar hy ook geteken het.
The only portion here where there was something that was then added is the one that I just read on now.
Die res is maar spelfoute en deurhalings.
The rest was just spelling errors.
Izinto ekuthi zethu zagcwaliselwa yilaphayana la bengikade ngikhulume ngakho okunye kwakade kuyimpazamo nje la ukuthi amagama mhlawumbe wayekade engabhalwanga kahle.
Ek het daarna my datumstempel aangedui of aangebring as aanduiding van die dag waarop hierdie verklaring gemaak is.
I then placed my date stamp to indicate the date on which this was made.
Ngiye ngaletha ke istamp sami se date ebekade ngiye ngasishaya ukubonisa ukuthi lesi statement siyenziwe nini.
Die verklaring was gemaak op 24 Junie 2020.
The statement was made on the 24th of June 2020.
Statement leso siyenziwe nge-24 zika June 2020.
Ek het ook die tyd waarop die aangeleentheid gefinaliseer is en die verklaring klaar geneem is en onderteken is aangedui op die dokument as 17:20, dit is 20 minute oor 5 namiddag.
I also indicated the time on which the statement was completed. It was made on this page. The time was 17:20, which is 20 minutes after 5 in the afternoon.
Ngiye ngaqhubeka futhi ngabhala nesikhathi ukuthi siqede ngoba isikhathi engisibhalile lapha ngizozwe ngamashumi 20 ngemva kwehora lesihlanu ntambama.
Alvorens die tyd aangebring was, is die sertifikaat ook deur die tolk voltooi en onderteken en daarby aangeheg.
But before bringing the time or putting the time when this was completed, the certificate by the interpreter was then completed as well as the stamp was placed there.
Ngaphambi kokuthi kuqedwe kubhalwe lesiya sikhathi kuye kwagcwaliswa ke i-certificate sakhe utoliki salethwa i-certificate sakhe esibonisayo ukuthi kwakade kuwutoliki obekade semthethweni.
Hierdie betrokke bladsy is ook deur myself, die tolk en die deposant onderteken, ek self by wyse van 'n volle handtekening en die deposant en die tolk by wyse van hulle initials.
And this particular page that I'm referring to was then initialed as well as signed by myself, the interpreter as well as the deponent. The full signature was, with regards to myself, it was the full signature and the deponent as well as the interpreter initialed.
Futhi ke naso leso certificate sakhe utoliki siye sasayinwa yimina umusolwa yena wayenza ama-initials wakhe notoliki naye wayenza ama-initials wakhe waphinda wasayina.
Die tolk se volle handtekening is onder aan die sertifikaat, direk onder aan die sertifikaat aangebring.
The interpreter's full signature can be seen just right below the certificate by the interpreter or by interpreter.
La utoliki asayine khona kuyabonakala la.
Record op watter bladsy verskyn hierdie sertifikaat deur die
Just to
tolk?
place it on record, which page does this appear on?
Bladsy 9 van die Rania vorm.
It is page 9 of the form.
Manje thina ke sikhuluma ngo-page bani njengoba kukhulunywa ngalesi statement ngalesi certificate sotoliki uthi sise page 9.
Landos as ek kan net from die paragraaf, die boonste paragraaf of bladsy 8 net op record kan plaas.
If I were to request you to place on record the top paragraph of page 8,
The statement is now signed by the deponent by means of his signature or
Manje
print.
ake usifundele lapho phezulu ku page 8 uthi istatement siyasayinwa umusolwa noma angahle afake isithupha sakhe.
En daar is die woorde deponent. En wat staan daar bo die woord deponent?
there's the word there, deponent, and what appears here, there, just above the word deponent.
Volle handtekening van die deposant.
It's the full signature of the deponent.
Kunala kubhalwe ke umuntu lo bekade esinika istatement yini ebhaliwe phezulu kwalolo gama uthi isignature.
As ek die aandag kan vestig op bladsy 2 van die verklaring.
If I were to take you to page 2, I draw your attention to page 2 of the statement.
Die gedeelte wat jy gesê is bygevoeg.
The portion which you said or you mentioned as having been added.
Gedeelte van daai stuk wat bygevoeg is onderstreep. Kan jy net aan jou verduidelik waarom is dit gedoen?
A line is drawn on a portion of that part which you said was added on.
La uthi udwalise khona unomugqa obhaliwe lapho.
Dit was 'n lyn wat ek getrek het op die bladsy aangesien hierdie 'n lyntjies papier is en dit was maar net 'n riglyn om dit wat bygevoeg moes word te kan inskryf sodat dit nie invloei in die ander gedeelte nie.
Seeing that this page is or this document it has lines on it, it was just a guideline just to indicate where it had been added on.
Nomugqa lo njengoba ikuthi leli phepha linemigqa ngangade ngiyenza umugqa ukuthi kubonakale ukuthi kugcwaliswe ukusukela lana ingahle ithikazise lokhu okubhalwe ngaphansi.
Ek wil net ook hier byvoeg dat daar nie vrae gevra is oor hierdie byvoeging en dit die gevolg was van die byvoeging nie. Hy het met die tolk werk. Hy het sy eie uitgesê hy wil hierdie laat byvoeg wat gedoen is.
I also like to add that there were no questions that were posed or questions that were asked for this edition to come there. It was with this interaction with the interpreter, he indicated this to the interpreter that he would like this to be added on.
Futhi ngicela ukwazisa inkantolo ukuthi akusukuthi ngangikade mina ngimbuza imibuzo ukuze azogcwalisela lo uyena oye watshela uToliki ukuthi ucela ukugcwaliselwe le ndaba le egcwalisiwe.
Nou, wat het toe gebeur na die aflegging van die verklaring?
What then happened after the completion of the statement?
Nadat ek die tyd aangebring het, is die partye verskoon en almal het die kantoor verlaat.
After I brought on the time, everyone or all the parties were excused and they left the office.
Kwenzakele nike ngemva kokuthi kugcwaliswe ke lesi statement uthi wonke umuntu uye wakhululeka.
Ek het my rekenaar afgeskakel en alles opgepak en het self die kantoor verlaat.
I then switched off my laptop and packed my belongings or my stuff, and I also left the office.
Nami ke ngiye ngacima i-computer yami ngazilungiselela ngaphuma nami e-office.
In die betrokke gang was niemand nie behalwe mevrou Du Plessis, die senior landros van Boksburg.
There was no one in the passage except Mrs. Du Plessis, the senior magistrate of Boksburg.
Futhi kwakade kungenamuntu laphayana ephasithini ngaphandle komantshi ongiphethe umantshi omkhulu wase Boksburg enkantolo.
Ek het die verklaring soos wat ek dit gemaak het en afgeneem het, hierdie bekentenis volledig aan haar oorhandig en het huis toe gegaan.
I then took the statement, that is now the confession as I had taken it down and handed it over to her, and I went home.
Manje ke ngiye ngathatha lokho kugonyuluka njengoba ngangikade ngikubhalile ngaleyo ndlela ngakunika ke umphathi wami ngahamba ngayendlini.
Bevestig jy die korrektheid van die annonsel?
Do you confirm the correctness of the annexure?
Dis correct.
That is correct.
Uyavuma ukuthi yonke into ebhalwe lana kuyiqiniso uthi yebo.
Asook die proforma bewijstek JJ.
As well as the performer exhibit JJ.
Dis correct.
That's correct.
Nawo lamaphepha ebekade ugcwalisa kuwona ubufakazi buka JJ kuyiqiniso na uthi yebo iqiniso.
My Lord, we request that the annex shall be handed up as exhibit JJ1.
Okay. JJ
JJ in brackets 1.
1. Kemanyo. Thank you.
Nou, mevrouw, als ik je net kan terugvat naar bladzij 7,
If I were to take you back to page 7,
paragraaf 13.
paragraph 13,
Uma singathatha futhi sikuyise ku page 7 ku paragraph 13.
Waar u te kennen geeft dat die verklaring is neergeschreven in die woorden, in die deposant zijn eigen woorden.
where you indicated that the statement was taken down in the deponent's own words,
En bestaan uit 6 bladzijden.
and that it consists of 6 pages.
La ubhale ukuthi lesi statement kubhalwe amagama wakhe umsolwa noma umuntu lo bekasitshela le statement. Lesi statement sona sinama page awu-6.
Nou, als iemand vir jou zou sê, dat hierdie aanhangsel JJ en hakies 1 wat so pas ingehandig is, nie voor u voltooi was nie, wat sal die kommentaar wees?
If someone was to say to you that this exhibit JJ in brackets 1, which has just been handed in, was not completed before you in your presence, what would you say?
Eerstens, dit is nie korrek nie.
Firstly, that's not correct.
Uma ingabe umuntu angathi lobufakazi lobu abugcwaliselwa ngaphambi kwakho wena uzothini uthi into yokuqala ngizothathiswa iqiniso lelo.
Die partye was voor my gewees
The parties were before me,
Labo bantu bebakade bephambi kwami
en dit is afgeneem in my eie handskrif.
and it was taken down in my own handwriting,
In hulle
ubhalwe
teenwoordigheid.
ngesandla sami
in their presence.
bekhona nabo.
En as iemand verder vir jou sou sê dat na die aflegging van die verklaring is die deposant geneem na afgeleë plek as vuilis storter terrein in Boksburg,
And if someone was to further say to you that after the taking down of the statement that the deponent was then taken to this secluded area, a dumping site in Boksburg,
dat die polisie toe aanhangsel A tevoorskyn gebring het wat reeds voltooi was,
and that the police then brought forward Annexure A, which was already completed,
Bese uma umuntu angathi ngemva kokuthi kugcwaliswe leso statement bese umsolwa uye wathathwa wayisiwa eBoksburg kwindawo thizeni la bekade ivulekile walethelwa sona lesi statement.
en dat die deposant te lijf gegaan is aangerand en gemartel, wat sal die kommentaar wees?
and that the deponent was then assaulted. He was assaulted and
Gemartel, tortured.
he was assaulted and tortured.
Sorry.
But I don't know what the relevance of this is. We've already dealt with admissibility. We've already dealt with the Roneo form. So I'm objecting on the basis of relevance.
Objection is baseless. I'll tell you why. The law allows it. You will tell you, Mr. Nisi, where a deponent claims that he was told what to say in the statement, or where he claims that what is written in that statement was not written before him, the state has got the right to pursue that aspect. What's the case, by the way? S versus?
There are several cases, my lord.
S versus Lameni, for instance. That's the one that comes into my mind.
I think
Because your client, Mr. Ramasipiri, denies that he made a statement. Are you with me?
Yes, ma'am.
That's it. So the state has got to prove that this statement, not only was it admissible, but it was made by your client. So the law permits that type of interrogation.
As the court pleases.
Okay. What's your time there?
It's 25 past 11.
it's 25 past
Yeah,
11.
can you adjourn for another 15 minutes or so? Kuzwayo, which year was it, by the way? Kuzwayo. Okay, okay. You stay here.
It's in the 60s, my lord.
Yeah, it's an old case. Okay.
No, Lanos as stelling so gemaak word dat die deposant so aangeraand was dat hy gebloei het.
If a proposition was made that the deponent was assaulted in such a manner that he bled
Hy het sy neus gebloei het
out of his nose,
en dat van die bloed die verklaring bewys ek hier besmet het. Wat sal die
and
kommentaar
that
wees?
some of that blood was then fell on that is exhibit JJ. What would you say about that?
Eerstens wil ek net sê dat ek weet nie wat het geword van die deposant nadat hy die kantoor verlaat het nie.
Firstly, I want to say that I don't know what happened to the deponent after he left the office.
Uma kungathiwa umsolwa uye washawa wagcina sewopha ngamakhala bese igazi lachaphazeleka laphayana kulobu ufakazi buka JJ, wena uzothini? Uthi yena uthi akazi ukuthi kwenzakeleni ngomsolwa makaqeda ukuphuma eofisini.
Tweedens, hierdie hele verklaring, hierdie hele bekentenis insluitend aanhangsel A, was deur myself persoonlik gegee aan mevrou Du Plessis.
And secondly, this whole statement, including the annexure, was handed over to Mrs. Du Plessis by myself.
Futhi lesi statement ngemva kokuthi siqede mina uqobo lwami ngiye ngasinika unkosazana uDu Plessis esandleni.
Daar is geen manier dat hierdie verklaring voltooi kon gewees het of onderteken kon gewees het nadat ek dit oorhandig het aan mevrou Du Plessis nie, aangesien alles reeds gedoen was in my teenwoordigheid.
And that there is no way that this statement could have been completed or signed after I had given or handed it over to Mrs. Du Plessis, because everything was done in my presence.
Futhi akukhonakala ukuthi lesi statement besingade singagcwaliswa noma sisayinwe ngemva kokuthi mina ngangikade ngisinike unkosazana uDu Plessis ngoba yimina ongiqede konke.
En die kommentaar op die stelling dat die verklaring behoort bloedvlekke te bevat.
And your comment on the fact that this statement is to have blood spots on it,
Glad nie waar nie.
it's not true at all.
Manje uthini uma ingabe kungathiwa lesi statement kwamele sibe nokuchaphazeleka kwegazi uthi akulona iqiniso le.
En miskien net laastens Landros. As 'n stelling so gemaak word dat die enigste plek waar die deposant geteken het is op bladsy 4
And
paragraaf 8 as jy daarna kan ja.
And lastly, if it was to be put to you that the only place where the deponent signed, if we were to go to page 4, paragraph 8,
as jy daarna kan deurblaai. Daar's 'n gedeelte wat lees
there's a
Dep-
part that reads,
Deponent very relaxed, calm, maintaining eye contact when questions are answered. First with the interpreter, then myself. I request a bath to contact my family. Dis nou wat die deposant gesê het. I request a bath to contact my family and have an exchange of clothes and to call my child. As iemand vir ons so sê, dis die enigste plek waar daar 'n handtekening aangebring was. Wat sal
Geen
u kom?
handtekening aangebring.
If someone was to say to you that the only place where the deponent put a signature there, the witness responds and said there is no signature there.
Uma ingabe kungathiwa umsolwa noma umuntu yena athi umsolwa yena usayine nje la kubhalwe ukuthi yena wayekade ecela ukushintsha impahla nokufonela ingane zakhe, yena kuzothiwa wena uzothini uthi yena akukho la kusayinwe khona lapho kubhalwe leyo ndaba yokushintsha impahla nokufonela ingane.
Dis nou langs die paragraaf. Dis daar geen handtekening, geen initial.
And that is now next to that where it's written in there is no initial and there's no signature.
Futhi kuseduze nala kubhalwe khona akukho la kusayinwe khona awekho nama initials.
Thank you, my lord. That is all.
Yes, Mr. Ngomezulu.
As it pleases the court, my lord, morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Ma'am, I just want to take you to maybe 2-3 aspects. Paragraph 13 of the proforma that you were referred to this morning.
Asiyeke ku paragraph 13 ya le okade ugcwalisa khona,
Where you testified that the annexure, that is now exhibit JJ1, is comprised of 1 to 6 pages, and just on that bolded part, the highlighted part which says NB, each of these pages must also be signed by the magistrate, the deponent, and the interpreter. And then we go to exhibit JJ1. At the bottom of each of the pages, I can refer to them. That's what appears to be a mark on the left. At the bottom.
On the far left.
On the far left, yes. Who made that mark?
Can we just get clarity? Is it this?
Yes.
It's my signature.
And then we see the initials, BS in the middle, and then what appears to be ET on the right. The BS, who made that?
The deponent, and the ET was made by the interpreter.
asiyeke ku la ukuthi kokade ubhalile bese kunempawu ethize bekade yenziwe ubani oyenzele umpawu uthi signature yami uthi futhi umnumzana uRamsipili kunala kubhalwe BS bese kubhalwa nento ebonakala ingathi ET ubani obhale uBS ubani obhale uET uthi uBS ubhalwe umsolwa uET ubhalwe uToliki.
But in terms of page 7 of 9, paragraph 13, it says pages 1 to 6 must be signed, not initialed, by yourself, the statement taker, the deponent, and the interpreter. Do you want to comment on that?
It was initialed by each one. I took it as a signature, although not the full signature. Every person signed in my presence on each page.
Kodwa ke lapho
And the last page, as per page 8 of the pro forma, full signatures were attached.
kodwa ke lapho kubhalwe ukuthi wonke lama page kwamele asayinwe hayi ukuthi kubhalwe ama initials. Wena njengoba wawukade ugcwalisa lapho uthini ngalokho uthi mina ngithathe ukuthi njengoba babhala ama initials ngiyabonisa ukuthi bayavuma lento ebhalwe lapho mina ingakho ngiye ngakuvumela ukuthi babhale ama initials bese emuva ekugcineni bagcina sekuthi bayasayina ama full signature nangokho ngale bekuthiwe kwamele bayenza ama full signature kodwa ngiye ngayithatha injalo.
Now, regarding exhibit JJ in brackets 1, that is the statement itself, did you, as the story was narrated to you, did you ask any clarification questions on issues that were not clear to you, or you just wrote as it was narrated to yourself?
I wrote as it was narrated to me.
Manje ke ake usitshele njengoba istatement sasikade sikhulunywa wena mhlambe wawulibele ubamisa ubuza imibuzo uba la ungacaciselanga la bangacaciselanga khona uthi cha bengikade ngibhala njengoba bebakade bengitshela.
I did ask one question, and that is about the word Carlos and Carlos, because I couldn't clearly hear what he said.
Umbuzo wodwa ongiye ngawubuza imayelana negama uCarlos noma uCarlos ngoba ngangikade ngingezwa ukuthi wayekade ethini umsolo.
And was that ever clarified, whether it was a Carlos or a Carlos?
He indicated that it is interchangeable and that it is Carlos or Carlos, but for him it's Carlos.
Uthi ke lawo uye washo ukuthi lelo gama igama ukuthi lingahle lisetshenziswe womabini uCarlos noma uCarlos kodwa yena uthi usebenzisa igama elithi Carlos.
Now, with respect, because you were narrating as you were told, this edition that you were taken through, that I was the only one without a firearm and I had a small one in my pocket. At what stage then was this added?
That was added by the deponent on his request after the full statement was taken already, and it was interpreted back to him, and he then told the interpreter that he wants to make an addition to that part, which he did.
Manje ke le ndawo le uthi ubuye kwagcwaliselwa khona ke ukuthi le ndawo la kuthiwa bangade ngingenaso isibamu kodwa bengiphethe esincane esikhwameni kugcwaliselwe nini lapho uthi ke kugcwaliswe ngemva kokuthi statement sonke sasikade sesifundelwe umsolwa bese yena watshela uToliki ukuthi mina bengicela ukuthi kugcwaliswe laphayana ngemva kokuthi sekugcwalisiwe kwafundwa futhi yena wathi yebo statement bekafuna ukusenza leso.
As the court pleases, my lord, those are the questions that I had for the witness.
Yes. Mr. Gomizul?
Court pleases. I've got questions, my lord, for the witness. Mrs. Cronje, we are here dealing with the statement which is taken as a confession. Do you agree?
That's correct.
Silapha mayelana ne statement esetshenziswa njengokugonyuluka uyavuma uthi yebo.
I think for the benefit of the accused persons to understand the logic and the reasons why I'll be asking this question is because I want them to follow that the statement that you say it was made by accused number 2 was a confession. Do you understand that?
Ek verstaan.
I understand.
Uthi ke ukuze abasolwa baze balandelele ufuna ukuthi umanje asho ukuthi iqiniso ukuthi lesi statement noma lokugonyuluka ilokho obekade kugonyulukwa umsolwa wesibini uthi yebo yazwisisa.
Yes. I'll just make an example from the questions that I'll be asking you. For instance, if in a plea in terms of section 112 of the Criminal Procedure Act, the accused pleads guilty to a particular offense. As a presiding officer, if you are not satisfied with the elements of that particular offense, you are not going to accept that plea. Is that correct, ma'am? We object against that line of cross-examination. Firstly, it's irrelevant, and secondly, the duty of this witness was just merely to record what she was being told and not to make any determination. My lord, at the end of the day, as a presiding officer, she had to determine whether what was given to her.
No, she doesn't have that duty.
No, my lord, may I be given an opportunity to
You say
address?
she has to determine. I can't allow that question. She determines nothing. I determine. She
My
records.
argument, may I be given an opportunity
Okay, fine,
to
fine, go
address?
on.
I'm saying the witness is coming to assist the court to make a determination. The court cannot make a determination in the absence of anything that is placed on record. This is a presiding officer. So the presiding officer, at the end of the day, the court must make a determination whether it was an admission or a confession. That those bases, they must come from the witness who gives formal evidence.
Yes, you're right.
That's correct, my lord.
And she
That's-
records what the witness tells her,
That's correct.
not what she thinks the witness should tell her.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
That's it.
I think I'm misquoted.
We are not, because you're saying she determines. She determines nothing in terms of the law. Nothing.
Let me just make this question straightforward to the witness. What is put to you when you were taking them? Was it a confession? Was it a confession?
The confession is an admission of guilt in its true sense. It's not for me to determine if he confessed here or not. It's for me to write down what he said, to produce it to court, and for this court to take it into account with all the other evidence to determine.
Lento ebekade utshelwa yona kwakade kuwukugonyuluka na uthi ke umanti yena uma ephendula ukugonyuluka ukuvuma icala mina bengikade ngingenayo ingxenye yokuthi noma bengikade kungasumsebenzi wami ukuthi mina ngithathe isinqumo sokuthi uyagonyuluka noma uvuma icala mina bekwamele ngibhale lokhu engitshelwa kona.
Yes, I agree with you. But my concern is you are here to testify under the provisions of Section 219. Because the performance that you completed, the rights that you explained to the deponent related to the provisions of Section 217. Sorry, 217, not 219. So this court must, at the end of the day, determine whether what was taken from accused number 2 was an admission or a confession.
Die hof, hierdie hof, u is korrek, nie ek nie.
As you say, you are right, the court, not me.
Correct.
Manje inkantolo kwamele ithathe isinqumo sokuthi lokhu obokade ukunikwa noma lokhu obokade ukubhala ukugonyuluka noma ukuvuma icala uthi yebo ukhuluma iqiniso hayi mina kodwa inkantolo.
What makes you to say accused number 2 made a confession before you? What makes you to say that?
Hierdie deposant het gekom en het gesê hy wil 'n konfessie aflê.
This deponent came and he said that he wants to make a confession.
Dit is nie vir my as voorsittende beampte en wat op daardie stadium nie in 'n hof was om te besluit dit wat hy wil vertel uit sy eie vrye wil is 'n bekentenis of is net klomp erkennings of is niks nie.
It was not for me then, as a presiding officer and who was not in court on that particular day, to then determine or decide whether this was a confession, a mere, or just a mere admission or nothing.
Hy het nie voor die hof verskyn nie.
He did not appear before
Dit
court.
was nie vir my om deur die getuienis te sif nie.
It was not for me to then take through, in other words, to evaluate
Dit
the
wat hy sê te
evidence
sif nie.
or no, to evaluate that which he was saying.
Manje yini into ekwenza ukuthi uthi umsolwa ngalesikhathi ekuwe wayekade egonyuluka uthi mina umsebenzi wami umsolwa ufike wathi ufuna ukugonyuluka umsebenzi wami bekuwukuthi ngibhale lokhu abekade ekusho kwakade kungasumsebenzi wami njengoba nangokho nguwumantshi kodwa bengingahlalanga enkantolo la ukuthi bengizwa amacala bengilalela nje yonke into abakade ayisho ngibhala ngaleyo ndlela ebekade eyisho ngayo kwakungasumsebenzi wami ukuthatha isinqumo ukuthi uyagonyuluka noma uvuma icala.
Ma'am.
Die aanduiding, die aanhef van hierdie dokument beteken nie noodwendig dat dit wat op die eind van die dag gesê word neerkom op 'n bekentenis al dan nie.
And also now the attachment of this document does not then indicate or say that what he then said on that day comes down to a confession or not.
futhi nento ebhaliwe la ayisho ukuthi into ayisho ngalelo langa yayikade kugonyuluka noma cha.
Ma'am, the state called you to give evidence that you as the magistrate on that day, the 24th of June 2020, under the provisions of section 217(1)(b), if not mistaken, Roman figure 2, you took a confession under that provision. Now you testify that the accused made a statement. What makes you to say the accused person was confessing before you?
Maar ek het daardie vraag reeds geantwoord.
My lord, I've already answered that
En
question.
dit gaan nie verander nie. Ek weet nie of jy wil hê ek moet dit herhaal nie.
And it won't change. I don't know whether you want me to repeat it.
As long as I'm not satisfied with the answer, I'll keep on asking it, because it's a technical point that I'm going to raise. We are all
Welkom om
lawyers.
dit te reis,
You are
maar ek
welcome to raise
staan
it.
volstaan by my antwoord, meneer.
Let
Met
me
alle
just
respek.
rephrase it by saying, accused number 2 did not come to before you and say, I want to make a confession. Correct?
Nie in daai woorde nie.
Not in those words.
Thank you. That's what I'm drawing your attention to. You never said I'm coming to make a confession.
Ake ngithi kuwe ke umsolo wesibini akazange eze kuwe athi ngifisa ukugonyuluka uthi nangokho angashongo ngalawo magama.
It's for the presiding office or that magistrate to determine that such elements of a confession does not qualify.
The court, please, we object.
There's no law
That
like
is not
that.
correct.
You can sit down. There's no law like that. There's no law like that.
The 217.
Yeah, but you're not quoting 217.
My lord, can we be broad-minded when we make
Yes.
submissions?
Within the law, no problem.
May I submit to the effect that section 217(1)(a) that deals with a non-judicial officer who's taking a confession, he must take it before a magistrate. Why? Why can't you ask the question as to why must it be taken before a magistrate? Because it says a peace officer who takes a statement from the suspect or the accused in terms of section 217(1)(a), it must be reduced into writing before a magistrate. The question is why before a magistrate? The answer is because the magistrate knows all the elements of a particular
Let me
offense.
tell you how the law developed. 1929, there's a case called S versus Mullen. You know that case, Mr. Hello? 1929, S versus Mullen, where it's transplanted from English law, where it was said that a confession is an unequivocal admission of all the elements
Correct, ma'am.
of.
A particular offense.
That's it, yeah.
Correct.
And the law develops from there. Now, this witness, that's why, for instance, I'm sorry to say it, she wrote everything this witness tells her. Like even saying, he saw at me and said, shit, whatever. Her job is not to evaluate what the witness is saying to her. Her job is to take down what the confessor or the deponent wants to say. That's all.
But if
That's
there
why
is-
she's written, for instance, that the parents of some of these accused held a meeting, and some of the sisters of the accused wanted to report to the police. All those things. You can't leave them out.
No, but I appreciate the fact that the court has mentioned the case of Malin.
I know it.
Yes, my lord. At the end of the day,
Yeah.
at the end of the day, after this witness has taken a statement from accused number 2.
That's it, yeah.
Yes. The elements for her to say unequivocally that statement constitute a confession.
It's not for her to say that. That's all you
I
miss it.
understand.
It's
I'm
not for her.
getting to the technical part of that because the basis for getting into that technical part, I'm getting into the statement itself, the contents of the statement. May I just get into the statement so that I'll make logic at a later stage when I'm making submissions? For instance, ma'am, let's get into this one. You talked about accused number 1. Okay, you talk about accused number 2 going to the room of Muzi. Then they later went to room 1B. Remember saying that?
Usakhumbula ukuthi ukhulume ngomsolo wesibini ethi uye waya egumbini lakhe umuzi mabaqeda bahamba baya eroom 1B.
Ek het genotuleer
I noted down,
Ngibhale ukuthi
en ek haal aan.
and I quote,
We were in Muzi's room and we then proceeded to Sifisu's and Ntokozisi's room number 1B. Unquote.
sasikade sise gumbini likamuzi sahamba saya egumbini likaSifiso uroom number 1B likaSifiso nomthokozisi.
Yes. That's in that statement that you took, you also it is mentioned that accused number 2 was sent to the kitchen. Am I right?
Who's accused number 2? The deponent.
Bongani, yes, the deponent.
Kuleso statement futhi kunala kubhalwe ukuthi umsolo wesibini uye waya ekitchen. Iqiniso lelo?
Kan iemand net verwys na daai deel in die verklaring?
can you just point out
Just
to that
after that,
particular?
can you read that statement? Proceed with that statement. When they entered into Sifiso's room in 1B, then proceed on that statement.
Ngibonisa ukuthi kukuphi la ukhuluma khona la ukhuluma uthi uye waya ekitchen uthi ummeli qhubeka ufunde khona lapho la ugcine khona.
There's somewhere where they said the deponent was sent. He went out and left.
Kan iemand asseblief verwys na daai deel bladsy? Ek kan nie deur die hele
Can you
verklaring.
refer me? I can't go through the whole statement. Can you
No,
refer
no.
me to a page?
Okay. In
Die
terms of
enigste, ekskuus, ek het dit
Sorry.
gekry bladsy 4.
I found it in page 4.
As dit die deel is na waarna u verwys.
That's where that you are referring to.
yes.
Waar dit lees en ek haal aan. Karos and Sifiso then ordered me to go to the kitchen.
Correct.
Unquote. Is dit daai deel?
Is it
That's
that?
it. Yes.
Uthi ke iyona le uyifunayo la kubhalwe ukuthi uCarlos noSifiso baye bathi mina ngiye ekitchen uthi yebo iyona engiyifunayo.
Yes. I just want to note that part that you said. Carlos and Sifiso said, I must go to the kitchen.
Karos and Sifiso then ordered me to go to the kitchen.
Correct, yes. So in that statement, will you agree with me that there was no direct communication between Kelly Kumalo and accused number 2? In that statement that you have read. Kelly or did not directly communicate with accused number 2.
Daar is nie sulke inligting vir my gegee om neer te skryf.
There was no such information given to me to write down.
Uzovumelana nami ukuthi kuleso statement akukho la ukuthi uKelly Khumalo uye wakhuluma nomsolwa wesibini uqobo lwakhe uthi akukho la ngitshelwe ukuthi ukhulume naye ingakho ngayibhala.
All right. There's this statement further proceed to say when they entered, sorry, let me just rephrase it because I just want to draw your attention from what you were taken to, you were told to take down. Just bear with me, my lord. Just a
Okay,
second.
okay, no.
Yes. I'm trying to organize a question that will be relevant for. Yeah. If you'll be able to answer this question, I just want to establish whether when you were asked about clarifications that you've made or you sought when accused was giving you, or the deponent was giving you the statement, did it come to your mind that he was confessing to a particular offense? For instance, did it come to your mind that that deponent was confessing to a robbery at that stage? For clarification.
Wat ek gedink het op daai stadium of nie gedink het nie, is eintlik irrelevant in opsigte van die neem van die verklaring.
What I thought or didn't think at that particular moment is irrelevant when it comes to the taking down of the statement.
Ngalesikhathi umsolo ekhuluma nawe wena uye wacabanga mhlawumbe ukuthi umsolo wayekade ekhuluma ngokubanjwa kwenkunzi uthi ebengikade ngicabanga bekade kungabalulekanga njengoba ngangikade ngithatha lesi statement.
Hy moes toegelaat word om uit sy eie uit te vertel wat hy ook al wil vertel, sodat dit neergepen kan word.
He had to be allowed to say whatever it is that he wanted to say, so that it's being written down.
Sonder om hom in een of ander rigting in te druk waarin hy nie eers wil gaan nie.
Without putting him or cornering him into a particular direction which he did not want to go into.
Umsolo yena bekwamele akhulume noma yini le bekade efuna ukuyikhuluma ngaphandle kokuthi afakwe ekhoneni elithize.
U moet net kennis neem wanneer 'n persoon na 'n mens toe kom as voorsittende beampte, as 'n landdros, om 'n bekentenis te maak, weet jy glad nie waaroor hulle met jou wil praat nie.
You must also take into account that when a person is brought before you as a presiding officer, a magistrate, that you know nothing about what it is that they want to tell you about.
Ukhumbule futhi nokuthi umuntu uma elethwa phambi kwakho njengomantshi awazi lutho ngento kwamele ayikhulume.
Ek het geen kennis gedra van die saak of die feite van die saak nie, en ek het nie geweet wat hy wil hê ek moet neerskryf nie. Aldus hoekom ek hom gelos het dat hy praat wat hy wil sê.
Must also take into account that I didn't know the case or the facts or the merits of the case, what it is that he wanted to say. So he had to be allowed to say whatever it is that he wanted to say.
Ukhumbule futhi mina ngangikade ngingazi ukuthi bekwamele athini, ngangikade ngingazi futhi nangalo lelo cala manje bengingazi ukuthi yini ekwamele ngiyibhale ngaphandle kokuthi ngilalele lokho obekade ekukhuluma.
My Lord,
Able.
thank you.
Thank you.
Got no further questions.
Right, Mr. Mnisi. Thank you. Mr.
Thank you, my Lord. I
Kumalo.
have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mshololo.
No questions, my lord.
Okay, I just have 1, 2, 3 questions. To satisfy the courts. Do you know Carlos or Carlos?
Nee,
No,
Have you ever met any of those persons
geen idee van
in
wie
your
dit
life?
is.
no idea who it is.
Uyamazi uCarlos noma uCarlos? Uke wahlangana naye uthi cha angimazi uCarlos noma uCarlos angaze ngahlangana nabo labo bantu.
When you're taking the statement, did you know a gentleman called Mapisa?
Nee,
No,
Ngalesikhathi uthatha lesi statement wawumazi uMaphisa uthi cha.
Did you know Basotho Hostel in Vosloorus?
nee, ek weet nie waar dit is nie.
no, I don't know where it is.
Ihostel yasebasuthwini yase Vosloorus uyayazi uthi angazi ukuthi ikuphi.
And had Ikeli Kumalo again.
Did you know Kelly Kumalo? No.
uKelly Khumalo wawukade umazi uthi cha.
And Senzo Meyiwa.
Nee,
No,
You don't watch,
uSenzo Meyiwa wawukade
you never
umazi.
watched football
nee,
before.
no.
no.
Okay.
Kusho ukuthi wena
Any
awubukeli
questions
umdlalo
arising?
webhola uthi cha.
None from the state side.
Okay, dankie mevrou.
Ngiyabonga, selaqedile.
Yes, Mr. Council.
The state calls the next witness or requests that the previous witness, Lieutenant Colonel Madebe, be recalled. This witness is going to testify in respect of exhibit HH.
Was that Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe?
Hadebe, my lord.
Okay. Yes, say the
I'm
witness
sorry, it's
name.
exhibit GG, my lord.
GG.
Not HH, it's exhibit GG.
Your full names and surname?
Nkosikhona James Hade.
Do you have any objection in taking the prisoner on oath?
No.
If so, do you swear that the evidence you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing else but the truth? If you do swear, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Witness sworn in, my lord.
Yes.
As a court, please, my lord, the state just begs leave to hand up a copy of exhibit GG. The witness is also going to refer to exhibit GG1. Those are photos of the paintings out. Only certain photos were referred to in the previous witness statement, photos 2 to 7 and 26 to 31.
Yes.
The witness is now going to refer to the other photos that were not attached to exhibit
Why should he refer to them? Tell me.
GG1. This is after the ruling that the paintings out are admissible. So the witness is going to show those photos that were taken when the accused was accused number 1 was pointing out certain spots.
Oh yeah, I get you. That's what he's saying. He just mentions photos at random.
Oh,
So
no.
the photos he mentions are allegedly those he alleges that they were shown by the accused.
Yes, that were
the spots.
taken during the pointings out.
During the pointing out.
Yes.
Because they could not be shown before they were rendered admissible.
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, he has been sworn.
Yeah.
Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe, you've already testified regarding exhibit GG. Is that correct?
Yes.
Usewuphane ngobufakazi lobu buka GG uthi yebo iqiniso.
I just wish to draw your attention to exhibit GG, page 2, just below paragraph 5, or point number 5 on page 2. You'll see on page 2
Yes.
there are 5 stipulated points, and then there's a paragraph that says the said person is informed that is in the presence of a justice of the peace.
Yes.
If you can just maybe just to contextualize or evidence, just put that on record.
The said person is informed that he is in the presence of a justice of the peace, an officer in the South African Police. He is warned that he is not compelled to point out any sin or points or sins or say anything about such sins. The said person is further warned that he may point out or may say, or what he may point out or may say will be noted down, and photographs of the scene or point out will be taken and may later be used as evidence during subsequent trial.
manje ke sicela kuye ku page 2 usifundele lapho la ku number 5 uyafunda ke lapho ku number 5 uthi umuntu loyo uyaziswa ukuthi useka phambi komuntu obekade kumuntu ozimele ongahlangani nokuphenya kwaleli cala kodwa eyiphoyisa futhi lo muntu uyaziswa ukuthi yena akaphoqwanga ukuthi ayokhomba kule ndawo la bekade kwenzakala lesi sigameko noma yini azoyikhomba yona kuzothathwa ithombe futhi ingahle isetshenziswe njengobufakazi uma icala liqhubeka.
Yes. Paragraph 5.
Paragraph 5, he asked whether he knows and understands the warning given to him, and the answer is as follows: I understand the warning.
Yena uye wabuzwa ukuthi uyazwisisa njengoba wayekade exwayisiwe uthi yena yebo uyazwisisa isexwayiso.
Paragraph 6, he is further asked if he still wishes to point out sins or points out, and the reply is, I still want to point out and give a statement.
Yena ke uye waqhubeka ebuzwa ukuthi usafuna na ukuyokhomba, yena waphendula wathi yebo ngisafisa ukuyokhomba ngiphinde ngenze istatement.
Yes. You can then proceed to page 5, paragraph 11.
Maqhubeka ke uye ku page 5 ku paragraph 11.
It starts as notes down the following information.
Iqala ngokuthi uqaphele lokho kulandelayo.
Vehicle SAP number
Imoto inombolo plate yakhona
BVL 755B.
uyena uBVL 755B.
Kilometer readings 80652.
Iyasho nokuthi bese sehamba amakhilometer angalingana no 80,652.
Driver warrant officer Nailana.
Umshayeli waleyo moto kakade ku warrant officer Nailana.
Passenger left front Lieutenant Colonel Hade.
Umuntu obekade ehleli ngaphambili ku laphana emotweni kakade ku Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe.
Passenger right back none.
Emuva kwakade kuhleli bani emuva kwamshayeli kwakade kungena umuntu ohleli lapho.
Passenger left back Muzika ukhulelwa Sthemba Sibiya.
Umuntu obekade ehleli ngakwisanda sesinqele kuleyo moto emuva ubani kubhalwe ukuthi uMuzika Sthemba Sibiya.
Name of photographer is Sergeant Maphakela.
Umuntu obekade ethwebula izithombe uSergeant Maphakela.
And says depart from Albertine SAPS
Yona ke iyasuka imoto kusuka eAlbertine esiphoyiseni.
If you can use photos 8 and 9 to illustrate your evidence.
Asiyeke kuyithombe isithombe sesishagalombini nesishagalolunye.
Photo 8 and 9 shows myself, the driver, and Muzika Ukhulelwa Sibiya at SAPS Albertine, just about to leave.
Lezo ithombe sesishagalombini nesishagalolunye zona zibonisa mina noMuzi ebesikade sisesiphoyiseni sase-Albertine sisazohamba.
Sorry, are you not able to beam the photos for the other accused to see this?
Oh. Yeah, that's what we were discussing earlier on. I think they're not yet scanned.
They are not mounted.
Yes, they're not yet scanned.
Oh, don't you have a spare?
We can scan. We can scan.
Do you
them.
have 2 of those documents? You can give them to the gentleman there. When you say 9, you look at 9, pass it on to gentleman number 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that not possible?
It is possible, but we can also scan them.
If If you have two, fine. But if you have one, what can we do? Maybe they can use this one of mine. Maybe the second one.
Just, no, it's not necessary, my lord. I have another copy.
Oh, you have. Yeah. Okay, let's proceed, sir.
We'll try and scan them during the long adjournment. Yes, you may proceed.
Photo 8 and 9 shows us about to leave Albertine SAPS.
Isithombe lesi sesishagalombini nesishagalolunye sona sibonisa thina sisazohamba lapha esiphoyiseni sase-Albertine.
Photo 10 and 11. 10 shows the odometer, though it's not clear the odometer of the vehicle upon departure.
Isithombe lesi sesishume sona siyabonisa ukuthi imoto yayikade ihambe banga elingakanani.
Photo 11, we are all in the car leaving.
Isithombe seshume nomuvo sibonisa sisonke sisemotweni.
Just on photo 10, can you just put in record the kilometers on departure?
Though they are not clear, but I did write them on the pro forma S80652.
Amakhilomitha wona ake usitshele ukuthi nangokho angabonakali kahle kodwa ngiwabhalile lapha athi 80652.
Yes.
We then departed to Fosloras,
Saqhubeka saya eFosloras.
and on photo 12, it is our arrival at the said premises.
Bese ke uma siya kwisithombe seshume nambini siyabonisa mase sesifika kuleyo ndawo.
Now, how did you get to that place that is shown on photo 12?
We were directed by the accused.
Nifike kanjani kule ndawo eyukuthi ibonakala lapho kwisithombe sesishume nambini uthi sitshelwe umsolwa ukuthi sihambe kanjani.
And just for record purposes, can you once again put his name on record?
Muzika ukhulelwa Sithemba Sibiya.
Ake usitshele ukuthi ubani lo muntu othi uyena obekade entshela ukuthi niyephi uthi Muzika ukhulelwa Sithemba Sibiya.
Yes, and can you just clarify, did he point the road from the police station up to this point, or what was the position?
No, my lord, he never pointed the road from the police station.
Yes.
He requested us to drive him to the entrance of Fosloras, as I had already given evidence.
Ake usazise ke ukuthi wenzile ukhombile ukuthi hambani lani jike lani iphume kanje kulomgwaqo uthi cha uye wasicela ukuthi simfikise la iFosloras kungenwa khona eqaleni kweFosloras.
From there, he then directed us to this house.
Ukusuka lapho ke wasihambisa ke ukuthi siyofika kanjani kulendlu ebonakala kuleso sithombe.
Photo 13 shows Muzi at the back on the left side with the door open.
Isombe seshume nantathu sibonisa umuzi esemuva emotweni.
And do you know the address of that particular house that's shown on photo 12?
The specific house had no address.
Lesiya sithombe simbonisa emuva umnyango uvuliwe. Uyabuzwa ukuthi lelo kheli la kuleyo ndlu wangade niyibona noma niyazi ukuthi yayikade ingenalo ikheli leyo jariti.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then photo 14 shows Muzika Ukhulelwa pointing out where he alleges he stood during the incident.
Uyake kwisithombe seshume nane uthi sibonisa umuzi la yena ethi wayekade eme khona ngalesikhathi isigameko siyenza,
including photo 15
nesithombe seshume nanhlanu
and photo 16.
nesithombe seshume nesithupha.
Photo 17 shows us leaving the premises.
Isithombe lesi sesishume nesikhombisa siyasibonisa sesihamba kuleya ndawo.
And we were directed to a place next to the hostel which is on photo 18.
Siye sayisiwa ke kwindawo engase hostel esikwisithombe seshumi nesishiyagalombini.
Just before you proceed, Lieutenant Colonel, on photo 17, just to the left of the vehicle, there's a structure there. Can you just put that on record? What is that?
It's an electricity substation.
Manje lapho kwisithombe seshumi nesikhombisa kunento laphayana la ukuthi ingasemotweni yini uthi yila ukuthi ugesi wawukade udonswa khona.
Photo 18 shows us at the next place where he says he got off from the vehicle.
Isithombe seshumi nesishiyagalombini sisibonisa indawo la yena athi uye wahlika emotweni.
Photo 19 shows us exactly where he got out.
Isithombe seshumi nesishiyagalolunye sisibonisa la ukuthi uye wahlika khona,
including photo 20.
Naso isithombe samashumi amabini.
Photo 21 shows us when we were leaving that place.
Isithombe semashumi amabini nanye sisibonisa la besikade sihamba kuleyo ndawo.
Photo 22 is arrival at Albertine SABS.
Lesi sengamashumi amabini nambini sisibonisa sesifika ke esiphoyiseni sase Albertine,
including 23.
Naso semashumi amabini nantathu.
24 shows myself standing next to Muzi.
Isithombe samashumi amabini nane sisibonisa mina ngime eduze noMuzi
at Albertine SAPS.
besikade sisesiphoyiseni sase Albertine ngaleso sikhathi.
Photo 25 shows the odometer reading.
Isithombe sangamashumi amabini nanhlanu sibonisa ukuthi imoto yayihambe ibanga elingakanani.
It is not clear, my lord, but I had noted it on the pro forma as 80690.
Nkosi yenkantolo akubonakali kahle la kwisithombe kodwa ngibhalile ukuthi amakhilomitha lapho wayekade sewathi 80690.
If you can refer to page 5 of the preamble, exhibit GG.
Ake uyeke ku page 5 wokufakazi buka GG.
Can you just place on record from date returned?
Date returned 2020-0605, time 13:30.
Ake usho ke ukuthi nibuye nini uthi sibuye nge-5 zika June 2020 imizuzu emashumi amathathu ngemva kwehora lokuqala emini.
Kilometer readings 80690.
Amakhilomitha wona abonisa ukuthi wakade ukuthi 80690.
Yes, what happened after that?
We went back into the office that we used before we left.
Kwenzakeleni ngemva kwalokho uthi sibuyele kuleliya office la besikade sikhona ngaphambi kokuthi sihambe.
And I requested Sergeant Mapakela to obtain photos of Muzi after the pointing out.
Ngacela ke uSergeant Maphakela ukuthi athathe izithombe zikaMuzi ngemva kokuthi kwakade sekukhonjiwe.
Just for record purposes, which are those photos?
That's photo 26 to photo 31.
Eziphi izithombe lezi ukhuluma ngazo uthi lezi ukusuka kuyithombe semashumi amabini nesithupha ukuya 31 ukuya kwisithombe sangamashumi amathathu nomuvo.
Yes.
After photos were taken, and then we then sat down with Muzi.
Ngemva kokuthi izithombe zithathwe siye sahlala ke noMuzi.
And I obtained further clarification of what he had pointed out.
Mina ke ngathatha futhi nengcazelo nokucaciselwa kwezinto ebekade ezikhomba.
Should I read it in?
Yes.
Ngingafunda. Yavunywa naku uyafunda.
It states Muzi kaukhulelwa Stemba Sibiya states that I'm not sure about the month and day, but it was the year 2014. It was on a Wednesday when I was called by Marco Buthelezi, who asked me where I was, and I told him at home where I stayed. And he told me that he was coming to see me. He came accompanied by his friend Makimba Buthelezi, and they were in a white Polo VW. I got inside the Polo and Marco told me that he had a job for us. I asked him what job it was, and he told me that it was to kill someone. I asked who that person was, and he said Senzo. I said fine, we can do it. And we decided to go first to see a Nyanga, it's a Sangoma, to check whether the job will be successful. We went to the old man and he threw the bones and said it was good. The job can be done successfully. We paid 50 rands for checking and left. I was dropped off at home and we agreed to meet on Saturday, the day of the job. On Saturday we met and we went to a place, a house. I pointed out to Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe today, 2020-0605 in First Loras, and we stopped at the corner and walked there. I was asked whether I want to go in, and I said no. I will wait outside. Marco and Makimba went inside the house, and I heard about 3 shots, and they came out running.
Just before shots, there's another way to just put that on record.
I heard about 3 gunshots, and they came out running. We all left and ran to the car. I was told in the car by Marco that they went in and found people inside and demanded money and cell phones. He told me Senzo confronted them and was fighting and resisting. He was then shot and everyone ran to the bedrooms. We drove back to my place at Sutu Hostel and I got out next to the high mast, the electric light. They then left and the firearm was with Marco. I pointed out the 2 places, the house where the shooting took place and the spot where I was dropped off after the shooting to Lieutenant Colonel Hade. I can confirm that my rights were explained to me and I was not assaulted or threatened.
Nasi-ke istatement esifundwa uyena uKennel uthi anginaso isiqiniseko selanga kodwa kakade kunyaka ka2014 wakade kungolosithathu uma ngithola ucingo olubuya kuMarco Buthelezi engibuza ukuthi ngikuphi mina ngamtshela ukuthi ngisendlini la ngihlala khona wathi uzoza ezongibona wafika ngempela ebekade ehamba noma Kimbe Buthelezi bona bebakade behamba ngepolo emhlophe ngangena phakathi kwepolo uMarco wangitshela ukuthi kunomsebenzi obekade kwamele suyenze ngabuza ukuthi omuphi umsebenzi yena wangitshela ukuthi uwokubulala umuntu othize ngabuza ukuthi ubani umuntu obekade kwamele ayobulawa wathi uSenzo mina ngathi kulungile singawenza lo msebenzi sathatha isinqumo sokuthi siqale siye kwinyanga noma sangoma ukuyohlola ukuthi umsebenzi ungakwazi ukwenzeka bese saya-ke kuloyo mkhulu yena wafika washaya amathambo washo ukuthi kuyakhanya umsebenzi ungayenzeka samkhokhela imali elingana ne-50 rand ngemva kokuthi sekahlolile masiqeda sahamba mina ngiye ngashiwa endlini ngavuma ukuthi sizohlangana ngomgqibelo ngalesuku lokwenza umsebenzi. Ngomgqibelo sahlangana, and when is it when?
Yes.
Sahlangana saya kule ndawo engiyikhombile kuKennel Hadebe namuhla nge-5 zika June 2020 eFosloras. Ngafika ngama nasekhoneni la besihamba khona. Ngiye ngabuzwa ukuthi bengifisa ukungena phakathi ngathi cha, umakho noMakhimbi bona baye bangena phakathi endlini. Ngemva kwalokho ngizwe ukudubula kwesibhamu kathathu bese baphuma bona bagijima siye sagijimela emotweni. Ngiye ngatshelwa emotweni umakho ukuthi baye bathola abantu phakathi bona bafika bafuna imali nama cellphone. Ungitshele ukuthi uSenzo uye weza kubo elwa nabo engavumi ukuthi kukhishwe lokhu bekade kuceliwe. Yena ke uye wadubula wonke umuntu wagijimela ekamereni. Siye saqhubeka sashayela kwimoto saya eSuthu Hostel la ngiye ngahliswa ngaseduze kwe
High mast.
ngafika ngahliswa ngabuyisibani lesi eside lesi esibizwa phecelezi i-high mast. Mina ke ngiye ngahamba isibhamu sasikade sikumakho. Mina ngikhombe indawo ezimbini kule yandlu la kukade kudutshulwe khona. Ngikhombe indawo la ngiye ngashiwa khona futhi nendawo engiye ngaba khona kwadutshulwa kuyo ngikhomba kuye uKennel Hadebe. Ngiyavuma ukuthi mina amalungelo wami ayewachazwa futhi angizange ngishawe noma ngithuselwe. Siphelela lapho statement.
There are marks there at the bottom. Can you just explain them?
Okay, there's a thumbprint of Muzi and a signature.
Kunezinto ezenziwe lapho ezansi uthi kunesithupha esibekiwe sikaMuzi nesignature yakhe. Nizwile istatement lesengisifundile insizwa zayithi. And the accused also confirms, my lord, that they understood the statement as I was interpreting it to them.
Okay.
And is it correct that the annexure consists of 3 pages? There are also marks on each page. Just explain those marks.
Statement lesi kunezinto intathu akuchaze lapho.
On the 3 pages, there's the first page, thumbprint and a signature. Second page, thumbprint and a signature, as well as the third one.
La kwi-page yokuqala kunesithupha esibekiwe lapho no signature, na kwi-page yesibini kunesithupha esibekiwe ne-signature, kwi-page yesithathu kunesithupha ne-signature ezibekiwe.
All of Muzi Sibiya.
Uthi zonke ezakhe uMuzi Sibiya.
If I can ask you to turn to page 5 of the annexure exhibit GG, paragraph 12. Can you just put that on record?
After conclusion of the pointing out of the scenes or points, the notes are read to the person who pointed out and they are interpreted once again. The following questions are now put to the person who pointed out the scene or the points.
Ngemva kokuthi kukhonjiwe ke kunezinto ezikade zibhaliwe bese ke uyabuzwa imibuzo elandelelayo ngemva kokuthi ngaphambi kokuthi akhome.
Are you satisfied that which you pointed out and said has been noted down correctly? The answer is yes. Are you satisfied to which you pointed out is your own version of what took place? The answer is yes. Do you have any complaints about the manner in which I conducted the pointing out? The answer is no. Are you satisfied with the interpreter? The answer, not applicable because there wasn't any interpreter.
Umbuzo uyabuzwa ke ukuthi wena selekile ile ndawo okade uyikhomba uthi yebo futhi umbuzo olandelayo wena selekile ingalendlela ebekade kusetshenzwa ngakhona ngalesikhathi uyokhomba uthi yebo bese ke kuyabuzwa ukuthi unaso isikhalazo ngalendlela ukuthi mina ngiyiphoyisa ngiye ngasebenzisana nawe njengoba wakade uyokhomba uthi cha akanaso isikhalazo uyabuzwa ke ngotoliki ukuthi wena selekile ukuthi utolike kahle lapho kade kungena toliki ingapho kungabhalwa ngalutho.
As a court, please, my lord, the state requests that the photos that the witness has just referred to that did not form part of the exhibit bundle before be admitted as part of exhibit GG1, the photo album. The witness referred to photos 8, up to photos 22, in fact 25, my lord, which did not previously form part of the photo album. So it's photos 8 up to photo 25 as part of exhibit GG1. There's also photo 1, Lieutenant Colonel, if you can just explain photo 1.
Uyaqala umshutshisi ukuthi zonke ithombe leziyana ezikhonjiwe namhlanje zisetshenziswe njengobufakazi futhi uthi aye kwisithombe sokuqala ake achazisele ngaso.
Photo 1 is a photo of the office that I used for the interview and where pictures or photographs were taken of Muzi.
Isithombe lesokuqala sibonisa ihhovisi ukuthi iye yasetshenziswa uyena uLieutenant Colonel futhi uthi kula bekade ekhulumisana naye uMuzi futhi ithombe ziye zathwebulwa nakhona kulelo office.
Do you confirm the correctness of the annexure that you've just put in record?
Yes, madam.
Uvumelana nokuthi yonke into ebhaliwe lapho lesi statement ewusenzile kuyiqiniso uthi yebo Nkosi yenkantolo?
My lord, the state requests that the annexure, the statement itself, be admitted as exhibit GG in brackets 2. The photos themselves are exhibit GG in brackets 1. So the annexure will be exhibit GG in brackets 2.
Okay.
Now, Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel, if a proposition was to be made that this annexure exhibit GG2 was pre-written and that the accused, Mr. Sibiya, was forced to sign the annexure, what would your comment be?
It is not correct.
Uma kungathiwa lesi statement sibhalwe ngaphambi kokuthi umsolwa afike kuwena bese yena waphoqwa ukuthi asayine uzothini uthi akulona iqiniso le?
Yes, what is the position?
Firstly, my lord, I did not know Muzi. And I spoke to him and he gave me his particulars that I noted also on this pro forma.
Manje iqiniso yeliphi uthi okokuqala mina ngangikade ngingamazi uMuzi ngiye ngakhuluma naye yena wayeqeda wanginika ke imininingwana yakhe yiyo engayibhala phansi.
And I also did not know the contents of the case that I was going to take pointing out on.
futhi ngangikade ngingenalo ulwazi lwecala leli ebengikade ngiya kulo kuyokhonjwa khona.
So there is no way that I would have filled this information without getting it from him.
Ayikho indlela yokuthi mina ngangikade ngizogcwalisa lezi zinto ngaphandle kokuthi ngithole lolo lwazi kuye.
The events referred to in Exhibit GG in brackets 2, the annexure. Did you have any knowledge of those events?
I did not have any knowledge thereof, my lord.
Wena wawukade unalo ulwazi lwalezi zinto ezekade zenzakele uthi cha ngangikade ngingenalo.
There are names referred to in Exhibit GG in brackets 2, such as Makimba Butelezi, Marco Butelezi. Did you know any of those names?
I do not know them, my lord. It was the first time I heard of those names.
Kunamagama akhulunyiwe laphayana uMakimba Buthelezi noMarco Buthelezi. Wawukade ubazi noma uyabazi labo bantu uthi cha bengikade ngingabazi.
A reference is also made to a white polo. Did you know anything about it?
No, my lord, I did not know of any white polo.
Futhi kukhulunywe nangepolo emhlophe uyazi nangayo uthi cha Nkosi yenkantolo ngangikade ngingazi lutho ngayo.
A reference is also made to a nyanga in brackets sangoma. Did you know anything about it?
No, my lord, I don't know any nyanga.
Futhi kukhulunywe nangenyanga noma yona isangoma wawukade wazi na into ngaye uthi cha Nkosi yenkantolo ngangikade ngingayazi.
And the two places that were pointed out as per photos 14 and 16 and 19 and 21, did you know anything about those places?
No, my lord, I did not know about them.
Futhi ke nale indawo ezimbili ezikhonjiwe kulezi ithombe wawukade uzazi na uthi cha bengingazazi.
Thank you, my lord. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Ramusipili.
Just one question.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Okay, fine, Mr. Gomez.
So, during the pointing out, the evidence of the pointing out, do you have perhaps any photos which were taken inside the house that you just discovered? Are there any photos? that
No,
were
my lord, there were no photos that were obtained inside the house.
Manje ngalesikhathi uthatha izithombe zikhona izithombe ukuthi zithathwe phakathi endlini na uthi cha Nkosi yenkantolo azikho izithombe zithathwe phakathi endlini.
No further questions.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Mr. Ramusipili.
I don't have any questions, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Likewise, my brother, I don't have questions.
I don't want to ask the colonel whether he has ever used the sangom. No, it's because it's a joke. Yes, Mr. Umar.
Thank you, my lord. I have no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Msholol.
No questions, my lord.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, my lord.
Uyabonga ke uthena uqedile ngobufakazi bakhe.
As a court, please, my lord, can we take the long adjournment?
Okay, long adjournment. 2 o'clock.
Indeed, my lord, as well as the photographer.
Mr. Mgomezulu says he needs until Wednesday.
Well, we don't have a problem. If it suits everyone, my lord, that is in order.
Yes, Mr. Duman.
My lord, I don't have any problem if the matter is postponed to Wednesday.
I know all the tricks.
If the matter is
Are you
postponed to
available
Wednesday.
tomorrow, Mr. Mgomezulu?
Mr. Mgomezulu, I was made aware that he's not available. I'm sorry
Yeah,
to
I
speak
know
on
all
his
the
behalf.
tricks. The ones I don't know, they have not been invented. So you are not available, sir?
That's correct.
Yeah, that's the reason. Eh?
No, that's not the meaning.
Okay, we'll accommodate you. Postponed to Wednesday then.
Mnumzana Mgomezulu ucela ukuthi icala lihleliselwe ngolwesithathu abameli abanye nabo bathi abanankinga umshushisi naye uthi akanankinga icala lingahleliselwa ngolwesithathu.
I forgot, my lord, there's one issue that Advocate Minisi wanted to bring to the attention of the court. We said we'll address it at the end of the day.
Yeah, Mr. Minister.
My lord, I've been requested by Mr. Mube.
Who is Mr. Mube now?
That's accused number 3.
Oh, okay.
Yes. To bring the following to the attention of the court.
Yeah.
That on account of his incarceration condition, he is unable to meaningfully prepare for this case because that hampers his thinking capacity. So he tells me he's detained in a solitary confinement, which tells me it's a precarious situation. He is in a precarious situation. It's
When he's alone,
precarious
he wants to have company.
I said to him, on account of the fact that he requests me to convey this message to the court, I'll definitely do that. What the court then does with that message, it will be up to the court, my lords. He has even penned a billet docs, a letter, my lord, wherein he describes his condition as I have been in CIMEX prison in solitary confinement for almost 3 years and 3 months. I cannot defend my case or prepare a defense whilst being tortured and not at my full mental capacity.
He's still being tortured even now.
No, I mean, my lord, he equates the condition
I
in
see.
which he is detained as those that similar to what is happening at Guatemala.
Guatemala?
Yes,
He's been there in Guatemala.
me, my lord, me.
No, he says the
No,
conditions
that
are
is my addendum.
like in Guatemala.
That is my addendum. Guatemala is my addendum.
Oh, so you are saying his conditions are like in Guatemala?
Yes, it's an equivalent of postia.
Yeah.
So that is the message, my lord, that requested me to bring to the attention of the court, requesting and imploring this court to find that in the circumstances of the trial in which he is involved, to a larger extent, this might equate to him not having a fair trial on account of the condition in which he finds himself, being the condition in which he is being detained.
Yeah,
There's a law that it says in his letter. This is just a summary of what.
yeah, okay, I hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
But I can't do much about that because it's correctional services who decide on how to house visitors of the state.
I perfectly understand, my lord, the situation.
Yes.
I only have to fulfill my mandate, my lord.
Yeah,
to
no,
convey
fine.
this message to the
You'll
court.
explain to him that you can write a letter on his behalf to the Department of Correctional Services and bring that to their attention. Maybe the commissioner is a brilliant guy. He'll decide to house your client somewhere.
I will discuss the issue with him.
Okay.
I'd really appreciate, my lord, if that were to be interpreted to him.
Yeah, sir.
Thank you.
As the court pleases, and I was going to do it immediately when you are done.
Thank you.
Ummeli wakho umsola wesithathu uyasho ke ukuthi wena awujabulelanga indlela yokuthi uphethwe ngayo njengoba usejele la ukuthi uhleli wedwa uthi wena awukwazi ukuzilungiselela kuleli cala futhi ke ingqondo yakho ayikwazi ukuthi ingahle ikusize noma ukusebenza kahle njengoba ikuthi ukuleli cala kunezinye izinto ukuthi wena ubona ukuthi uyakhinyebezeka kuzo manje uthi bekacebo ucele ukuthi ayazise inkantolo lokho. Inkantolo ithi ayinawo amandla wokuthi ingasho ukuthi wena unikwe noma ufakwe kwiseli elinabanye abantu noma kuguqulwe kuphi ejele, kodwa ummeli wakho akusize ukuthi nibhale incwadi mhlawumbe kulaba abaphethe amajele abazosho ke ukuthi isinqumo bona bazothatha siphi. Uthi ummeli wakho uzokhulumisana nawe nangalokho bese nithatha isinqumo sokuthi kwenzakale. Uyezwa? And I have interpreted, my lord, and the accused says he understands.
Yeah, the accused don't know, have voices now. I've been watching this. When you say, do you understand? Marawisha Mrs. As you say, Samadot. They don't say yebo. They say,
Ithi inkantolo ilibele inibhekile aka ayisho kuphela kumsola wesithathu. Uthi kini nanonke anisenawo manje amaphimbo. Ithi inkantolo sonke isikhathi njengoba mangilibele ngintolikele. Uma ngibuza ukuthi niyazwisisa nina anisho ukuthi yebo nivele nithi amakhaya.
unfortunately, we don't have a photographic microphone.
Ithi inkantolo ama microphone wethu awakwazi ukuthwebula izithombe ezibonisayo uma nithi amakhaya.
They only record sound.
Ama microphone wona athatha nje iphimbo.
But I can't force you. If you don't want to speak, I just look at you and make my own conclusion that you're agreeable to what the interpreter has interpreted.
Kodwa inkantolo ithi ngeke iniphoqe ukuthi niphendule ngephimbo, yona ke izonibheka bese iyacabanga ukuthi nivumelana nalento engizabe nginitshele yona. Inkantolo ithi umshushisi kusho ukuthi ngizoba umshushisi ngelinye ilanga.
Okay, thanks. Wednesday then.
So kuya ngolesithathu. Mr. Baloyi.